Dump several inches of rain throughout the afternoon. So that flash flood warning is in effect until 4 o'clock for our river and bayou parishes. And as we head closer to our North Shore spots, we're still under a flash flood warning there as well. That was issued around 12:30 this afternoon. That's in effect until 3:30 this afternoon. So right along this line, we will see lots of heavy rain and even some stronger storms towards Bogalusa and the North Shore. So if you do happen to encounter any flooded roadways as you travel throughout the afternoon and evening, make sure you avoid them. Try to kind of divert around them and just avoid them altogether. Don't try to walk through them or kind of move your car through them, because it can be very dangerous. Of course, we're seeing so much rain that's really not moving, that's slowly crawling through the region. And that's why we'll have these flash flood warnings in effect throughout this afternoon until 3:30 on the North Shore, until 4 o'clock on the South Shore for our river and bayou parishes from Laplace down to Thibodaux. So this is what we have going on right now. Plus, we have more rain on the way this afternoon throughout the early evening, and then more rain in the forecast coming into tomorrow. So we have a lot to talk about. So if you do want to keep following us, we will be on our digital streaming services on YouTube and our social media apps and on our app as well. So if you do want to continue to get the latest on what's happening, I will be on there after we finish up our TV broadcast here right now. So make sure you are driving carefully today and staying safe on the roads. We have a lot of rain to get through, especially on the North Shore and our river parishes. So make sure you're staying safe today.
This has been a severe weather alert from WWL Weather, sponsored by Egan Insurance Agency.
Well, thank you so much for joining us on our digital and streaming services. Wanted to bring you the latest on the heavy rain and flooding situation across the area. Like we were talking about on TV, now we have 2 flash flood warnings in effect across the area, spanning from the North Shore down through the South Shore in our river and bayou parishes. The flash flood warning that has just been issued for our river parishes and parts of the bayou parishes will be in effect until 4 o'clock this afternoon. The flash flood warning that's already been in effect for the North Shore stays until 3:30 this afternoon. So a lot of rain will be lasting for several hours this afternoon, and we can pick up several inches of rain. We already have picked up several inches of rain right along this line that's barely moving. So make sure if you do have to drive around the North Shore river parishes and even down to the bayou, make sure you're taking it easy on the roads and you're avoiding those flooded roadways, because it can of course be very dangerous, and these rain totals are really adding up. So we'll kind of take a closer look at what's happening. So I did mention that the flash flood warnings are still in effect. I want to check and see if there are any other new warnings or anything issued, any reports issued. Nothing at the moment, but there is quite a bit of flooding, of course, going along this line oriented from southwest to northeast, not moving much. Now, a closer look at what's happening on the North Shore. This cell right here is pretty intense. I mean, there are no severe storm warnings in effect with that cell, but there's a lot of lightning with this. It is moving fairly quickly, around 30-40 miles per hour to the northeast, but it's dumping a lot of rain, also producing quite a bit of lightning. This might actually give some small hail near the Bogalusa area, so Washington Parish, also moving into Pearl River County in South Mississippi, could be seeing quite a bit of lightning and heavy rain with this cell, plus some gusty winds up to 50 miles per hour. So that is a kind of a strong cell associated with this line. Then we kind of track it further to the south, Covington, Mandeville, seeing some heavy rain and lightning all the way down through the lake and through Lake Maurepas. Heavy rain also through Kentwood down to Amite City and Tangipahoa Parish. And it looks like, even though it kind of seems like things are going to be ending, it's going to be slow. Do you see how this line is kind of slowly moving? We're going to have several hours of rain and storms, and the thing is kind of redeveloped throughout the afternoon and early evening. So unfortunately, not really out of the woods yet for the North Shore and South Mississippi. Also, same goes for our river parishes, where that second flash flood warning has been issued from Gramercy to Laplace down to Thibodaux. So many of our parishes in the river parishes and bayou parishes dealing with some heavy rain. Maybe some brief gusty winds and lightning with that, but it's just the flash flooding risk that's the biggest thing of concern today with this batch of rain and storms that will continue through the afternoon. You notice New Orleans Metro not seeing much. There are some light showers in the city of New Orleans, maybe some light showers through Metairie and Kenner. The heavy stuff still back to the west in our river parishes, but Luling and Booty starting to see some heavier rain. So this is gradually moving east, but I think the heaviest bulk The heaviest and the bulk of it, rather, is really going to be confined to the North Shore and river parishes as we head into the afternoon, because as the system kind of lifts to the northeast, it kind of takes away a lot of that heavy rain. But I still think the metro area will be getting some rain and storms through the afternoon and early evening. It's just the higher amounts will be on the North Shore and west of the lake. So today we have the rain coming and going basically all day. It's going to be steady and soaking. We've got the flooding risk, of course, on the North Shore all through the afternoon and early evening. It's warm and muggy, cloudy and windy. It is windy outside of the storms, where we're seeing gusts up to 30, 35 miles per hour just outside of any storms. And then some of those storms, like we're seeing on the North Shore, may be able to produce some gusts up to 50 miles per hour. So this is what the afternoon is going to bring. Steady rain on the North Shore, really not letting up for several hours. Also back west towards Baton Rouge, Gonzales, seeing some heavy rain through the afternoon and early evening. This is until 6 o'clock tonight. We don't get much of a break in the rain if you're north of the lake and in South Mississippi. So Tangi, Pahoa Parish, St. Tammany, Washington Parish, our South Mississippi counties will be getting a lot of rain over the next few hours. But you notice the metro area sees a little bit, not a ton. And if you're closer to the coast, you might not get much rain at all today. This is really focused to the north and to the west. So we'll take it through the evening as well. Closer to 9 o'clock, things actually wind down. I think overnight we're not going to see much happening. It will be dry. There might be some passing showers and some fog, but I think overnight it's going to be quiet. And then very early tomorrow, also quiet. But as we get into the later morning hours, 8, 9 a.m. tomorrow, here comes another round of rain and storms, really taking off closer to the lunch hour tomorrow. This is 12:30 tomorrow afternoon. This is when the South Shore, I think, will get in on the action. And the North Shore, again, will be in for some more soggy rain that's going to be lasting for a few hours tomorrow, because the system is taking its time to move through the area. It's not going to move through until basically early Saturday. So we have a lot of rain to get to today and tomorrow. Things start to improve Friday and Saturday, but it's really today and tomorrow that we have the heavy rain that will be lasting for several hours. Getting into tomorrow afternoon, this is 4 o'clock on your Thursday, still looking at some showers and storms around, but things start to wind down tomorrow night. And then overnight into Friday morning, not much happening, but then Friday, I think, is another day. Here we go, more rain and storms, just not as substantial on Friday. So Friday morning, we'll have another batch of rain and thunderstorms, not as bad as today and tomorrow. It's going to be kind of quickly getting out of here, not as much. And then Saturday, there might be some showers in the morning, and then that would be about it. So today, rainfall totals obviously vary quite a bit, especially as these storms are slowly crawling and multiple storms keep going over the same area. We've already seen several inches on the North Shore, several inches in our river and bayou parishes. But in addition to that, we can see some more this afternoon. So from now until about 1 a.m. today, or 1 a.m. Thursday, I should say, we could see anywhere from 3 to 4, maybe 5 inches of additional rain on the North Shore. But again, showers will be winding down as we get to about 9, 10 o'clock tonight. So through the afternoon and early evening, we can pick up almost 5 to 6 inches of rain in a few spots. Bogalusa to Covington, over to Hammond, through Baton Rouge. That's where the heaviest rain will be, also through Picayune. Slidell could even see up to 2 inches of rain. South Shore totals today, not as impressive, maybe a half up to 1 inch of rainfall today. Again, that can vary depending on how that line kind of moves and progresses through the afternoon and evening. And then tomorrow we will pick up a couple more inches of rain. This is when the South Shore sees the rain tomorrow. And the North Shore also will see some more rain as we head into tomorrow during the afternoon and into the early evening hours tomorrow. Anywhere from 1 to 2 more inches of rain on the North Shore tomorrow, and again another maybe 1 to 2 inches on the South Shore tomorrow. So if we fast forward from now until Friday night, over the next few days, this is how much rain we can expect. Quite a few inches, especially if you're north of Lake Pontchartrain and in South Mississippi. So quite a bit of rain coming our way for sure. As we go through today, of course, with the rain, street flooding, flash flooding, obviously a possibility, especially as we're seeing it now right along the orientation of that line of rain and storms. We do have this risk here, a moderate risk. It is a level 3 out of 4 risk, second to highest. So that means, of course, the rain today, it's supportive of street flooding. And tomorrow, I think we will see maybe a couple more cases of street flooding, especially adding on to the totals that we are seeing today. It's going to be a lot of rain, and we might actually see some of our local rivers and streams rising on the North Shore as well, something else to keep in mind. So really the biggest thing to worry about today and tomorrow is the heavy rain that could lead to some flash flooding, some very dangerous flooding on our roadways. Secondary thing to kind of mention but not really dwell too much on, but the threat is there for maybe some strong to severe storms today. Very isolated risk for a couple of those storms, maybe giving us some brief gusty winds up to 50-60 miles per hour through the afternoon. The risk for tornadoes, very low. Isolated brief spin up is possible, though I think really the biggest thing is the heavy rain. Secondary thing would be the lightning and brief gusty winds and maybe some isolated brief rotation. Wouldn't count on that as we go throughout today. So rainfall chances today, 100%. Tomorrow as well. So it's going to be very soggy and wet the next couple of days. We'll get the rounds of heavy rain lasting through Friday. So Friday is going to be when things start to improve. I have a 60% chance of rain on Friday. We will have some rain around early in the day, but I think by Friday night, things will start to wind down and taper off. So any Friday evening plans, I know we have a lot of parades going on for Mardi Gras Friday night, things will start to improve. It's still going to be warm and muggy through Saturday, but Saturday night, that's when things are going to be completely dry and cooler. We will have some showers lingering into early Saturday, but the weekend largely looks really great. Just have to get through some showers in the morning. Really today and tomorrow are kind of the nastiest days, I would say, when it comes to the rain. Tomorrow there is another risk for street flooding. The risk is a bit lower tomorrow. It's a level 2 out of 4 risk highlighted here in yellow. So street flooding is once again possible tomorrow because we're expecting more slow moving rain through the area. And that will also be on top of what we've already seen today, which is not a good recipe. So tonight, as the showers kind of wind down around 10 p.m. and we're dry overnight through very early tomorrow, there will be some fog that does kind of pop back up. So this morning we had to deal with quite a bit of dense fog. I think tonight into early tomorrow, tonight into early tomorrow, rather, we will see some areas of dense fog. So make sure you are driving carefully, not only with the fog, but with the flooding potential tonight into early tomorrow. It is going to be dry overnight, but there still could be some kind of big puddles and ponding on some of our roadways, even as the rain ends tonight into early tomorrow. And then the rain, of course, does pick up again heading into tomorrow around the lunch hour, late morning around 10 a.m. tomorrow till the afternoon. The early afternoon, we'll have another batch of rain and storms in the forecast. So here's your 7-day. Today and tomorrow, just kind of take it easy on the roads. Make sure you have the umbrellas and rain gear handy. It's going to be wet and soggy. That's really our 2-day kind of stretch of not so great weather. Friday, things start to get a little better. We'll have some passing showers and storms early in the day, but overall, not as big of a concern on Friday. We stay warm and muggy the next few days into early Saturday. Saturday morning, couple spotty showers left. Saturday night, for all the big parades happening, we will be dry and cooler. So it is going to be getting chilly as we head into Sunday and next week. No rain as we go into Sunday and early next week. Thankfully, I think we'll see enough over the next couple of days. It is going to be getting chilly, but there are no freezes in the forecast next week, which is great news. So make sure you are kind of taking it easy on the roads, driving carefully, especially during the evening commute tonight and kind of tomorrow if you'll be driving around kind of late morning throughout the early afternoon hours and even into the midday tomorrow. So we got some soggy times ahead. Make sure you are kind of just driving carefully. And if you don't have to go out, maybe kind of stay inside if you can. So we will be tracking the latest for you all day today. If there are any warnings that do pop up, we will come back on air and online. So make sure you are staying tuned to the latest forecast today, and hopefully you have a great Wednesday. 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon with this newest green box here that includes Pearl River County, Hancock, also parts of St. Tammany Parish and parts of Washington Parish. This is until later this afternoon around 4 or 5 o'clock. As the rain continues to push slowly to the east, we'll see quite a bit of flooding possible, and we're already seeing those cases of street flooding across the North Shore. Make sure you are driving carefully. You are avoiding those flooded roadways if you travel around during the afternoon and throughout the evening hours. And even as the rain starts to kind of let up and push to the east ever so slowly, it will take some time for the waters to recede. Further down this line we've been tracking now for the last several hours, it's just really slowly crawling, also producing quite a bit of rain and flooding across our river parishes and parts of our bayou parishes. That's where we have another flash flood warning in effect until about 3:30, 4 o'clock this afternoon. So we have several more hours of rain that we have to deal with across our river parishes, parts of our bayou parishes, North Shore and South Mississippi. And really this cell here that's kind of just hanging out in Pearl River County could produce some wind gusts up to 40, 50 miles per hour, maybe even some small hail, in addition to the heavy downpours that can induce some street flooding. And we are seeing many reports of street flooding across the area, especially in Covington down to Gramercy and our river parishes. So the rain will be lasting over the next several hours. But you notice the metro area kind of missing out. This line is basically stalled and just dumping a bunch of rain on this orientation from southwest to northeast and just basically skipping the metro area for now. But as it kind of glides to the east very slowly, we can see some showers and storms moving into parts of Jefferson Parish as we go through the next few hours. A closer look at that, showing some showers in Kenner and through Metairie, but the heavy stuff still back to the west. So the bulk of the rain still looks like it's going to fall in our river parishes and on the North Shore through the afternoon and early evening. This should start to subside as we get into tonight, 9, 10 o'clock. We should be dry overnight, but then once again tomorrow we'll be tracking some heavy rain and storms and some street flooding possible on your Thursday. So make sure if you do encounter some flooded roadways today, take it easy on the roads, avoid them, don't walk through them, just kind of be safe today. And we'll be tracking this all throughout the afternoon and through the night. So if you can and you would like to, please check us out on digital, on our website, on our social media, and we'll be here for you throughout the entire day.
This has been a severe weather alert from WWL Weather, sponsored by Egan Insurance Agency.
If you want to go home with money, guaranteed money, or curtain number one. We've seen a zonk, we've seen a great prize, we've seen some cash.
I said from the very beginning, I'm going with the cash.
Okay, so that's what you're sticking with. What's behind curtain one?
It was a trip to the Caribbean. You could have experienced the extraordinary with 5 nights at the elegant Curacao.
into the inside of their homes. So flooding is an ongoing serious problem across the area. We've had several hours of rain and storms just dumping so much rain over the North Shore, South Mississippi, and our river and bayou parishes. The metro area, immediate New Orleans City, has been dry and been spared of this so far, but the heavy, really soaking, steady stuff has been really confined to north of the lake, South Mississippi, and river and bayou parishes. That's where we have our flash flood warnings in effect until later this afternoon. This afternoon, it looks like the flash flood warning for the North Shore will be here with us until about 4 or 5 o'clock as this line is barely moving. It is just crawling, dumping several inches of rain. We probably picked up anywhere from 5 to 6 inches in a few spots on the North Shore. So it has been really a mess. Make sure if you are driving around during the evening commute or if you have to go anywhere this afternoon through tonight, you are avoiding those flooded roadways. It is very difficult to see, of course, even walking through flooded roadways, really to try to avoid that at all costs, because we will be seeing this flash flood risk over the next few hours as this line continues to slowly move through the area and dump several inches of rain in kind of a short amount of time. So the heaviest stuff still confined to the North Shore and in South Mississippi, and also for our river parishes. This is also a flash flood warning in effect from Laplace down to Thibodaux. That's in effect until about 3:30, 4 o'clock this afternoon. So even if the rain is starting to let up, it takes time for the water to kind of recede and things to improve. So we'll continue to see this kind of line of rain and storms slowly creep to the east. It is getting closer to the metro area. So Jefferson Parish starting to see some heavier rain just on the western side of Jefferson Parish right now. I think the bulk of the heavy rain is largely going to be on the North Shore. So as this line kind of drifts to the east and we do see some rain in the New Orleans metro area, and on the South Shore, I don't think it's going to be as substantial and as heavy as we've seen it north of the lake and in our river parishes and in South Mississippi. So this is what we have going on right now. Flooding is ongoing across the area. As we go throughout the next few hours, we'll continue to see heavy rain continuing to dump on the North Shore and for our river and bayou parishes. Again, that line is slowly going to creep to the east, so the metro area will be seeing some rain as we go into the late afternoon and evening hours. It's just not going to be as hefty and as high in terms of our rainfall totals in the metro area as we get into the afternoon and evening. But make sure you definitely avoid those flooded roadways. We are going to continue to track this on our digital and streaming services, also on our app and on our website. So if you'd like to continue to watch our coverage of this, please stay tuned, and we'll be switching over to digital in just a few moments. Thank you.
This has been a severe weather alert from WWL Weather, sponsored by Egan Insurance Agency.
Well, good Wednesday afternoon. Thank you for continuing to watch our coverage of this rain and flood threat that we've been dealing with for several hours across the entire area. On the North Shore, our river parishes and bayou parishes have been dealing with a lot of rain and a lot of flooding. Flash flooding still in effect. These warnings all across the North Shore in effect until later this afternoon, till about 3, 4, 5 o'clock. That's when things will start to kind of expire. The warnings at least will expire closer to 4 or 5 o'clock on the North Shore, and on the South Shore for our river parishes, this flash flood warning will kind of expire around 3:30, 4 o'clock. So several more hours of heavy rain and storms will impact our North Shore spots. Tangipahoa Parish, St. Tammany Parish, Washington Parish, and then our South Mississippi counties, Pearl River and Hancock, dealing with some heavy rain. Also down through our river and bayou parishes, Laplace down to Thibodaux, heavy rain has been ongoing for several hours. There has been several reports of flooding across the area. Covington, Laplace, Gramercy, several spots across the area. Mandeville, water is really piling up. Around maybe 6 to 12 inches of rain has already being reported in Mandeville right now. Some of rain is kind of getting so high, it's building up so much that it's getting near people's homes and businesses in parts of Covington and Laplace right now. And the rain is not letting up. It will continue over the next several hours. So let's kind of walk through what's happening. We'll take a closer look at the heavier downpours. St. Tammany Parish has been seeing some stronger cells kind of push through this afternoon. This cell right here kind of in between Covington and Picayune, that one would give us some brief gustier winds. So some of the storms can give us some brief gusty winds, but it's the heavy downpours leading to the flooding that is the main concern through the afternoon and early evening. A closer look at the river parishes showing from Gramercy to Laplace down to Thibodaux. That's where the heavy rain is focused, but even St. Charles Parish is starting to see some steadier showers. Parts of Jefferson Parish, at least the western part, is starting to see some heavy rain, and also some batches of heavy rain are moving over the causeway right now. But the New Orleans metro right in the city has been pretty dry so far, but there will be some showers starting to spring up now and through the rest of the afternoon and into the early evening. So I think the heaviest rain is going to be still focused north. We will see some rain on the South Shore throughout the early evening, through now and through the early evening, but it's not going to be as high in terms of our amount. It's not going to be as much rain, but we can still see some soaking downpours, some ponding and puddles, big puddles on the roadways on the South Shore and in the metro area getting into the next few hours. So let's kind of track it with precision casts. The heavy stuff still shows itself remaining to the north. Here we go, South Mississippi, North Shore, heavy stuff around for the next couple of hours. This is until 4 o'clock this afternoon. So for the evening commute, make sure you're kind of driving slowly on the roads, maybe pull over if you have to. Don't try to drive in any flooded roadways. I know it's a really big nuisance, a huge inconvenience to have to kind of redirect your route home, but it's really for your safety because it's dangerous flooding in quite a few spots across the North Shore and river parishes from all the rain that's been kind of just not letting up over the last few hours. But the good news is things will start to wind down as we head into later tonight. So getting closer to 7, 8 o'clock, looks like we kind of take a break for the most part, and overnight, not much happening. I think we'll largely see dry conditions overnight. And this is into early tomorrow morning. This is 5 a.m. on Thursday. We'll see some showers starting to spring back up, but I think tomorrow it's not going to be as bad. We can see some heavy rain tomorrow late in the morning. This is 10 a.m. tomorrow and lasting through about the lunch hour. This is 12:30 tomorrow afternoon. Still some heavy rain and thunderstorms around. You factor this plus the already saturated grounds that we're dealing with now because we're seeing so much rain, it's pretty easy to get flooding tomorrow. And I think the South Shore will see more rain tomorrow. The New Orleans metro area, the city will see the heavier rain possible moving through tomorrow in the late morning and early afternoon. But I don't think it's going to be as long lasting. I think it'll move a little bit more quickly through the area, but still street flooding is possible tomorrow across all of southeastern Louisiana and South Mississippi. Tomorrow afternoon, this is 4 o'clock, still some showers pushing off to the east, but things kind of wind down. It looks like so far tomorrow night around 5, 6 o'clock will be mostly dry overnight. But then Friday, we'll see another quick batch of showers and storms. Not as bad on Friday. I think Friday in the morning we'll have some passing showers and storms around. I don't think the flooding risk is too much of an issue on Friday, but we'll have some rain still in the forecast to cap off the work week. Now, rainfall totals have been impressive so far. We've picked up maybe 6, 7, 8 inches on the North Shore, even locally higher amounts up to 10 inches. So we've already seen the bulk of the rain north of the lake, South Mississippi, and our river and bayou parishes. Over the next couple of hours, we can still get a couple more inches, maybe 1, 2, 3 inches. Couple of spots seeing a little bit more. It really just depends on how much the line kind of dumps rain over the same location, which it has been doing. So the training of the rain and storms, where one after the next has been dumping a lot of rain, that can still happen over the next maybe 2 to 3 hours on our North Shore spots, and again our river parishes as well. Rainfall totals tomorrow, not as high, maybe around 1 to 2 inches possible on the South Shore. And I think we could mostly handle that. Unfortunately, though, since the ground is so saturated on the North Shore, it might kind of induce flooding a little bit easier tomorrow. But rainfall totals are not as high tomorrow. Can't rule out some street flooding and big puddles and ponding on the roadways tomorrow. So still heavy rain in the forecast for some of the day. Thursday, Friday, not as much. We'll have some showers and storms around. They'll be quick and out of here pretty quick early in the day Friday. So our flooding risk today, of course, is still in that moderate range. It's a level 3 out of 4. Because of the heavy rain, we are seeing flash flooding and street flooding. No doubt about that. We'll continue to see that over the next couple of hours. We did have a higher risk for severe weather. That has actually gone down. There's very low risk for a couple stronger storms. You notice that we've been tracking those storms that might produce a little bit of a brief gusty wind up to 40, 50 miles per hour. So isolated strong storms are possible. Could give us some brief gustier winds and flashes of lightning. But I think heavy rain is the top concern with the storms moving through right now and through this evening. So the rain Today is, of course, high. Tomorrow also high. 100% chance for rain tomorrow. I think it's going to be just a soggy, wet day the next couple of days. Things start to improve as we head into Friday and really Saturday. It looks like a pretty nice day. There will be some showers around Friday and maybe into early Saturday, but by Saturday night for our Mardi Gras parades, things will be drier. It will be much nicer and actually cooler. It's been warm and muggy, and we'll stay warm and muggy through Friday into early Saturday. So tomorrow with the rain in the forecast, there is still a possibility to get some street flooding. Not going to be as high as today. This time tomorrow it's going to be a slight risk, a level 2 out of 4 risk. So street flooding certainly is possible. Again, on those already saturated grounds, it can kick off some flooding a little bit more readily and a little bit more easily. So tonight, as the showers kind of wind down closer to 9-10 o'clock, I think we'll see mostly dry weather. There might be some showers overnight, but it's not going to be big activity happening overnight as things kind of dry up and we're moist, we're warm, we're muggy, dew points are high. Fog is likely just like it was this morning. So we can see some areas of dense fog tonight during the overnight through early tomorrow. So again, keep that in mind. Drive carefully if you do encounter some fog on the roads early tomorrow morning and even late tonight. So here's your 7-day forecast. We've got the busy, messy weather today and tomorrow. Heavy rain can lead to some street flooding as we go throughout the afternoon and early evening today. And then once again tomorrow, not out of the woods yet completely. Friday, things start to get better. It's just not going to be dry. Saturday morning, there might be some lingering showers, but I think by lunch hour Saturday, we're going to be nice and dry. Temperatures will be in the 70s the next few days, if not the upper 60s. And then by Saturday night for our Mardi Gras parades, I think it's going to start to feel a little bit cooler and breezy as the system finally exits the area. So we have a long-lasting system we have to deal with over the next few days, and it'll finally push out of here by Saturday night. So temperatures will be dropping quite a bit as we head into early next week. We'll only be in the 50s by Sunday, so Sunday looks great, and then early next week we'll also be in the 50s and then 60s. So we'll have a dry stretch of weather to finish off the month of January. So we'll be here tracking the rain and the flooding for you over the next several hours through tonight, during the overnight, all through tomorrow. So make sure you are checking back online and on air, and we will bring you the latest as we go through the afternoon hours. Thank you for watching, and make sure you do drive carefully out there. Okay, sounds good. Okay.
This is a severe weather alert from WWL Weather, sponsored by Egan Insurance Agency.
Well, good Wednesday afternoon. The time is 3:58, just about 4 o'clock, and we're bringing you the latest on the rain and the flooding situation across the area. A new flash flood warning has been issued for the immediate New Orleans metro area, parts of Jefferson Parish, Orleans, St. Bernard, and Plaquemines Parish by this new green flashing box as this slowly moving line of rain and storms continues to crawl eastward, dumping already about 1 to 2 inches in parts of the metro area and Jefferson Parish. So that flash flood warning is actually in effect until 7 o'clock tonight. Not to mention we've been tracking the heavy rain and flooding across the North Shore and our river and parishes and parts of our bayou parishes into South Mississippi. We've had several reports of flooding across the North Shore, especially in Covington, where we've seen anywhere from maybe 6 to 12 inches of rain so far. That's according to the National Weather Service. So we're going to bring you this live picture right now. This is of Covington, where there have been reports of the water kind of just getting up so high that it is actually getting to the bumpers of cars. I'll step out of the way so you can see this full picture. This is in Covington, where the rain has risen so much and the water has risen so much that it's actually getting into some local businesses and schools. And you can see the roadways, how flooded they are right now. So the commute home tonight is going to be a mess if you live on the North Shore. And for our river and bayou parishes, at least parts of our bayou parishes, but it's especially the North Shore, into Covington, down through Slidell, Bogalusa, into South Mississippi through Picayune. This is a current look at radar conditions, and I'll show you just how heavy that rain has been over the last few hours. It looks like rainfall rates we were checking earlier around maybe 1 to 2 inches in a half an hour, up to 3 inches in just an hour. So we've seen a significant amount of rain and a lot of dangerous flooding across the area. And you just saw that live picture in Covington, where the heavy rain has just risen so much, and it's going to take some time for that to kind of subside, even though showers may be winding down later on. Obviously not yet. There's still a lot of heavy rain falling, but as the showers start to subside later this evening, then the water will start to kind of recede and go down. But look how dangerous it could potentially be just from the reports that we are getting. I mean, people are still able to kind of traverse through that flooded roadway, but it's definitely not a good idea because you don't know how deep it will go. So driving through flooded roadways, as you see there, not the best idea. I know it's a really huge inconvenience when you're trying to get home from work and you want to take your usual route, but it may be flooded tonight if you live on the North Shore. St. Tammany Parish, Washington, Tangipahoa Parish, also South Mississippi, Pearl River, and Hancock counties have been dealing with the ongoing rain and flash flooding for the last several hours, and the rain has not let up. So it's going to be a very messy commute home. Try to avoid those flooded roadways when you can. It's not a good idea to drive through them or even walk through them because you really just don't know how deep it will go. Now, over the next few hours, we're still talking this heavy rain that's not going to really let up until about, I'd say, 8 o'clock tonight. I mean, it's going to start to weaken slowly, but you've noticed it's been several hours of heavy rain that really hasn't stopped on the North Shore. Also, back through our river parishes, showers are subsiding a bit, so there is some good news on the South Shore, in our river parishes, parts of our bayou parishes, parts of Terrebonne and Lafourche. Things are starting to slowly kind of wind down, but the heavy stuff's still on the North Shore at the moment. And it's anticipated that this line, as it kind of crawls slowly eastward, that can induce some flooding across the metro area. So really anywhere across the region tonight, it's really important to take it kind of slow and easy on the roads. If you have to pull over, the rain is coming down too hard, or if you have to take a different route, try not to get involved in any kind of bad situation when it comes to flooding on the roads, because it can get extremely difficult to navigate and see, especially as the sun is setting and it is dark and cloudy and rainy, and it could certainly be a treacherous situation. So make sure you are taking it easy on the roads. Luckily, I think as we go throughout tonight, things will be winding down. I want to pull up a model analysis of what's going to happen over the next few hours. So really just a closer look. Yeah, the heavy rain continues now, and it continues until about 7, 8 o'clock tonight. And this slow moving line will make its way through the metro area. So Kenner through Metairie starting to see some good downpours, and they'll slowly make their way through again. This flash flood warning that's been issued for the metro area is in effect until 7 o'clock today. And we've had several reports of flooding in Covington, LaPlace through Gramercy, North Shore. River parishes have reported a lot of serious flooding today. So let's walk through the next few hours with our precision casts. This is until about 4:30. Okay, we're still looking at the track and the heavy rain north of the lake. We get closer to 6, 7 o'clock. Things are starting to wind down. So I think tonight we will take a break from the rain. Overnight, we're not going to have much happening. It's actually going to be pretty dry during the overnight hours. There could be some passing showers at times. And as we head into early tomorrow morning, we could actually see some areas of fog developing as we have a lot of saturated grounds. And then tomorrow there is going to be more rain coming our way, especially as we head into the late morning hours. So this is early tomorrow, 5, 6 a.m. Nothing really happening too substantial just yet. It's not till later in the morning, 10, 11 a.m. tomorrow, closer to the lunch hour. We'll get another round of rain and storms. This one should be a bit more progressive and move a little quicker through the area, but we can still see some heavy rain and thunderstorms tomorrow. And that may lead to some flooding, some street flooding, because we already have these saturated grounds. So this could be our issue tomorrow with some heavy rain and possibly another round of street flooding with those already saturated grounds, especially on the North Shore. But I think South Shore spots tomorrow can also see some street flooding possible. So we're not out of the woods just yet when it comes to the heavy rain. We've got it happening now, and we have another round of it tomorrow. So I'll take one last look at what's happening on radar. It has been a soggy, wet day, to say the least. We've had several inches of rainfall north of the lake and in our river parishes and in Pearl River and Hancock counties in South Mississippi. And as we go through the next few hours, it is going to continue to linger until about 7, 8 o'clock tonight. That's when things kind of taper off and things kind of improve. And then tomorrow we'll have that second round of rain and storms. So I did want to quickly show you the latest update with our radar, and also if there's any updates from the National Weather Service. They did just send a new update extending the time in the flash flood warning, as we've been tracking these flash flood warnings all over the area. North Shore, these on the North Shore, these flashing green boxes on the North Shore, that's in effect until about 5, 6 o'clock tonight. So the flash flood warning is going to be with us for the next several hours on the North Shore, and on the South Shore in our metro area here, that'll be in effect until about 7 o'clock, and then this flash flood warning in effect for about the next hour or two. So we are going to continue to track this for you on our digital and streaming services. Actually, we are going to send it out to Eleanor Tabone. She has the latest outside right now tracking the flooding.
That's right, we're out here on US 190 between Covington and Mandeville, and you can see here, we're going to show you the water on the roadway right now. I'm just going to step close to the edge, not into the flood waters, but you can just see it's getting deeper and deeper into the roadway here. You can see the traffic on US 190 behind me. It is slowing down. The very far right lane is covered in water. That's why cars are moving over to the far 2 lanes, because it is just completely covered here. I'm going to again step out the way so we can show you the extent and the depth of the water here. You can see these low-lying cars here are really taking their time through the flood water. Now, I did speak to the St. Tammany EOC briefly just before. His guidance is, if the roads are flooded, please stay off them. Do not go wading or walking through flood waters. It is dangerous. You do not know what's underneath them. Again, if you are traveling home and you are going to have to use US 190, you need to take it easy. You can just see how these trucks here are just slowly moving through the water because the water is so deep on this stretch of US 190 here between Covington and Mandeville. The rain is continuing to come down. We've been out here for nearly 2 hours. The rain eased off for a little bit and it's come back and it's getting heavier. We can just feel it out here right now. And again, the road is absolutely covered on this stretch of US 190 between Covington and Mandeville.
Yeah, it's just absolutely a mess outside. Thank you, Eleanor. It looks like a lake on the roadways, and this is what we have going on through tonight. So we'll continue to track this heavy rain and this flooding risk over the next several hours. Make sure you join us online and live on air at 5 o'clock. We'll send you back to regular programming.
This has been a severe weather alert from WWL Weather, sponsored by Egan Insurance Agency.
Louisiana, Covington, Louisiana, so southeastern Louisiana seeing the brunt of the heavy rain and storms, and also South Mississippi getting in on some heavy rain and storms through Pearl River County. From Bogalusa to Picayune, the heavy batch of rain and storms continues to press to the northeast. This line that we've been tracking over the last several hours is not budging much, and it's dumped a ton of rain on our North Shore spots. A lot of rain has fallen across our river parishes, but things are actually starting to let up a bit from Laplace down to Thibodaux, but still some heavier rain is going to continue to fall for parts of the metro area. There's actually a flash flood warning that has just been recently issued for the immediate New Orleans metro area. Jefferson Parish, Orleans, parts of Plaquemines and St. Bernard Parish under this flash flood warning until 7 o'clock because the line is slowly going to move to the east and it's going to take some time for it to clear the area. But the heaviest rain we've seen today has fallen on the North Shore, and I think that will continue to be the case. I think, yes, we can see some steady and long-lasting rain in the New Orleans metro, but I think the heavy downpours will be really confined to our North Shore spots like we've seen so far today. So we're not done yet. We've got a few more hours to go when it comes to the heavy rain and flooding. If you are traveling on the North Shore today, Slidell to Covington to Mandeville, it is possibly a dangerous situation. We just had Eleanor Tabone live on air showing us the flooding situation in Covington, in between Covington and Mandeville, and it is very bad out there. The rain has really added up, and it's like the water has come up to the bumper of your car, and I know a lot of roads are flooded across the area. So make sure you are avoiding those flooded roadways. I know it's a pretty big inconvenience to have to kind of redo your route home. You want to get home from work, but it's really important to kind of avoid those flooded roadways, pull over if you have to, and try to find an alternate route home because it is very soggy, to say the least. I mean, we have water so high on the roads, it looks like there's a stream or a lake right on the roadways. So this is what we have going on right now. We'll continue to track this rain for you over the next couple of hours because it is going to last throughout the next 2 to 3 hours, I would say, on the North Shore, but things are starting to kind of let up. I know it doesn't seem that way. Even though showers will start to let up over the next few hours, it's going to take some time for the water to recede. So we've got some more rain tonight, but overnight things will be dry, which was good news. So let me kind of advance it forward in a few moments and show you what we have going on later today after we take some more time to look at these flash flood warnings. So the flash flood warning in the river parishes has been with us for the last several hours. This is set to expire within the next hour and a half. Rain has let up a bit from Laplace to Thibodaux, but there have been reports of flooding across that area, and I'm sure roadways are still saturated. Now, the North Shore is really getting the bad stuff. From Mandeville over to Slidell, heavy rain also moving into Pearl River County in South Mississippi. That's the heaviest stuff starting to push off into South Mississippi, but still this last batch moving over Lake Pontchartrain into Mandeville going to provide some heavy downpours, and that will continue to exacerbate any flooding on some of the roads that we are seeing flooding right now, and we are seeing a lot of it across St. Tammany Parish at the moment. So we have more rain to track over the next few hours. The metro area is starting to see the showers move into parts of Jefferson and Orleans Parish. It's not as heavy, but since it's going to be kind of a slow moving line that we've been tracking all day, it can lead to some flooding on our roads in the city, and it doesn't take much, which we know, to cause some flooding across the city. So we'll be tracking that through about 7 o'clock. That's when the flash flood warning is in effect for the immediate New Orleans metro until 7 p.m. because of the slow moving nature of the line. But the heaviest stuff, I think, will continue to fall north and has already fallen to the north. So going into the next several hours, this is what we have to face. Unfortunately, some pretty treacherous roads in a few spots on the North Shore. Some heavy rain has certainly led to impassable roads. So make sure you definitely keep that in mind through tonight, or if you know someone that has to drive north of the lake tonight, give them a call, let them know it's pretty messy out there. If they probably already know, since it's been raining so long for so many hours today, and it really hasn't let up much. So as we go throughout the next few hours, we'll track it with precision casts. Here's until about the next 15 minutes or so. We're looking at this still batch of rain and storms moving through St. Tammany and Washington Parish into Pearl River and Hancock counties in South Mississippi. Still looking at some showers lingering in our river parishes and into the metro area. And then later tonight, getting close to 6, 7 o'clock, this is when things should start to taper off and wind down. I think overnight we're not going to see much. We'll get a lull in the activity, which is welcome news after hours of rain that we had to deal with today. And this is through early tomorrow. This is 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. We could have some showers around, but I think the heavy stuff comes later in the morning Thursday. Now, with the rain kind of ending later tonight around 7, 8 o'clock or so, it looks like we could see some areas of dense fog throughout the late night, overnight hours and into early tomorrow. So that's another thing to keep in mind. Not only should you be dodging maybe some big puddles and ponding on the roadways and flooded roadways, but also some foggy spots are possible late tonight through early tomorrow. But early tomorrow morning, 6, 7 a.m., not much happening in terms of the rain just yet. And then we fast forward to later in the morning. This is 10 a.m., 11 a.m. Here's another batch of rain and thunderstorms. I don't think this one's going to be as long lasting, but this can still lead to some street flooding tomorrow since we've already picked up so much rain across much of the area. So it's not going to take much to get more flooding tomorrow. So tomorrow, another round of rain and storms for us coming in late morning into the afternoon hours, and then getting closer to tomorrow's commute home, 3, 4 o'clock, things start to wind down. I think by tomorrow night, not too much happening. There might be some showers still around. And then Friday, more rain in the forecast, not as bad on Friday. I think Friday will just have some scattered showers and a few storms early in the day. Flooding risk not nearly as high on Friday. We'll just have some passing rain showers throughout the day, though there could still be some isolated heavy downpours that could create some nuisance flooding in a few spots because we're going to get so much rain throughout the next few hours. We've already seen so much rain over the last few hours, so it's really not going to take much. It's not until this weekend where things really start to improve. So tonight really just depends on how the storms kind of train over the same area. If multiple storms go over the same area like we've seen today, we've got maybe 6, 12 inches in a few spots. Going into the next 2 to 3 hours, we could get maybe 1 or 2 more inches or so, could be more additionally on top of what we've already gotten. And then tomorrow, rainfall totals not as impressive, maybe around an inch or so, maybe up to 2 inches on the South Shore. I think the South Shore tomorrow we'll see some more rain, and then Friday we'll get that final batch of rain and storms for us. Obviously, we're seeing flash and street flooding across the area, and the flooding rain outlook has been realized today. We've had the moderate risk, and we've had a lot of cases of flooding and street flooding today. Today as well, we had a couple stronger storms. The severe risk low, and as we go throughout the night, we don't have to worry about really any severe weather. Some of the storms may produce some flashes of lightning like we saw in Covington or near Covington when Eleanor was out there. So some flashes of lightning, some brief gusty winds, but really it's the heavy rain risk that we will be tracking as we go throughout the next couple of hours till about 7 o'clock tonight when things start to taper off, and then once again tomorrow. So make sure you do kind of take it easy on the roads the next couple of days because the soggy, wet weather isn't really done just yet. And I wanted to show you again tomorrow, there is a risk for some street flooding. It's not as high as today, and it is going to be a level 2 out of 4 risk. The slight risk tomorrow because we're not done with the rain yet. Could lead to some street flooding tomorrow as we head into the late morning into the afternoon hours tomorrow. I also want to check and see if there's any new information I can pass along from the National Weather Service. They have been extending the time in the flash flood warning boxes for several of those flash flood warnings that we've been tracking over the last few hours. This one is for the St. Tammany Parish into Washington Parish, Hancock and Pearl River. That flash flood warning we've been watching now extended till 5:45 tonight. So really the basis of the messaging tonight is the flash flood warnings will be around till about 5, 6 o'clock tonight for the North Shore River parishes and then metro area until about 7 o'clock. So the flash flood warning will continue over the next 3 hours or so, because the rain is not done yet. And even when the rain kind of tapers off later on, it will take some time for the water to go down a bit. So tonight, as the showers kind of end later tonight, it's going to be drier overnight. I did mention there could be some foggy spots developing later tonight through the overnight into early tomorrow. I know this morning we had some dense fog. Tomorrow morning there could be some patchy and dense fog. And it's going to be warm and muggy as we head throughout tomorrow. So here's your 7-day forecast. Temperatures 70s the next couple of days, rain and storms in the forecast. Again, tomorrow, street flooding once again possible. Friday, I don't think the flooding risk is too high. We'll have a few passing showers and storms during the day. Saturday, things start to improve. There could be some morning showers, not much. By Saturday night, I think we'll be dry. Also Friday night, I think we'll be dry. So for Mardi Gras parades this weekend, we look good. And by Saturday night, it's actually going to be cooling off a bit too. And we'll stay cool and dry into Sunday, and then early next week, cool with lots of sunshine every day. So we're getting through the rain now. So make sure you do drive carefully tonight through tomorrow. Since we have the heavy rain and the flooding around, maybe give your friends and neighbors a call too. Make sure they know that it could be a little dangerous out there in a few spots with all this rain. So be sure to stay tuned with us. We're going to be live at 5 o'clock for the WWL Louisiana News. Of course, we'll be online tracking everything going on. So thank you for watching and have a nice evening.
begins with breaking news.
A line of strong storms is sweeping through the area, and some spots have seen several inches of rain in a short amount of time, leading to some issues with flash flooding.
Yeah, you can see it there on your screen. People are sharing eyewitness photos and videos of street flooding and high water in their neighborhoods. We're seeing posts from the Baton Rouge area all the way into Mississippi.
Now, this is all happening as crews repair a critical water main break. The gusher started last night and left the east bank of Jefferson Parish without water pressure, leading to a boil water advisory for 250,000 customers. A lot to talk about this evening. Good evening and thanks for joining us, everyone. I'm Cherise Gibson.
And I'm Katie Moore. We'll have breaking news updates on both the rain threat and that massive water outage in just a moment.
First tonight, New Orleans will allow parking on the neutral ground so people can move their cars to safety tonight. Chief Meteorologist Chris Franklin has the latest on the rain threat, which is expected to return tomorrow.
Yes, but not kind of a different setup. And we'll talk more about tomorrow's setup coming up. But let's get to what is happening right now. So far, the heaviest totals that we have seen and very well forecasted by the models, if you were with us during our newscast yesterday afternoon and evening, setting up North Shore and River Parish, and that's exactly where we've seen the flash flooding. Now, the rain is still ongoing on the North Shore. However, it's not as intense as it was earlier. However, with the rainfall that we have seen so far on the North Shore, and estimates of even 3 to 6 inches of rainfall, started to overflow a lot of those creeks, streams, and some of the smaller rivers on the North Shore, and we now have a flash flood emergency that includes Covington to Madisonville down to Mandeville. So in this area highlighted, we have high water. At times that can be flowing, so you want to avoid any standing water that you're going to see in this particular area. Now, as I said, while it is still raining, it is not the intense rains that we saw earlier in the day. But with that rain that started earlier and continued and at times intense, the accumulation totals on the North Shore have been much higher than elsewhere. Now, some of the current high rainfall rate type storms are all focused now into Mississippi. The rains that we have across the North Shore, while heavy, not the types that would lead to quick flooding. That is, again, kind of moving on. But because of the accumulation totals that we have seen so far on the North Shore, that has just kind of exacerbated the problem. So any additional rain, even if it is light, does tend to lead to those issues. So again, the Covington, Madisonville to Mandeville area at the moment is under a flash flood emergency. We're starting to see those showers now pushing into the metro area, or continuing to push into the metro area. And what has been interesting, notice we still have ample moisture that is surging in from the south, but at least across metro New Orleans, and I'm including Jefferson as well, it has not been nearly as heavy. And in fact, we get plenty of breaks in the rainfall in the metro area. Now, you do get some brief downpours, and as we know, it doesn't take much to get some street flooding. So even though the intensity and the coverage in the city is not nearly as great as it was North Shore or in the river parishes, we still may see some street flooding in the coming hours. So thankfully, though, what we have already seen so far today has been letting up. We've started to see a lot of those showers weakening, and will continue to do so through the evening and into the night. So still some ongoing showers even past 7:30. After 8 o'clock, a lot of that rainfall starts to wind down, and after 10, we may be relatively dry. A few stray showers certainly, but a drier period going into the late night and overnight period. Then as we head toward tomorrow morning, another line of showers will be moving on through. Now, this won't have that training type rainfall. It should be a fairly fast moving line, but tomorrow's rain at times will be intense, and with the ground now completely saturated, could lead to additional flooding. We'll talk more about the rains ongoing now and looking ahead to the next several rounds of rainfall, which will continue into the weekend in just a few minutes.
Okay, thanks, Chris. And if that wasn't enough, you can see conditions outside live tonight are foggy in some spots. This is one of our photographers who is on the road in Slidell. That heavy rain is continuing to come down in St. Tammany Parish. If possible, you should really stay off the roads there. You're going to want to be careful if you're heading pretty much anywhere tonight, though. Other roads seeing high water and fog, like Highway 190.
Yeah, drivers in Covington and Mandeville are taking it slowly as they try to make it through the flooding. Eleanor Tabone has found one of the spots where traffic has been getting backed up tonight. She joins us now live from Covington, where it looks like there's a flash flood emergency, and you can see that flooding right behind you, Eleanor.
That is right, ladies. I am right here by US 90 between Covington and Mandeville. And like Chris mentioned, and you both mentioned, there is a flash flood warning. Now, I want to show you just how deep the water here is on Lewis Prima Drive. You can see Copeland's behind me, but it is above my ankles here, the water here. We saw a car just coming past like now, getting stuck in the water. We saw a man having to push his car out into the car park just across here. But as I mentioned, the car park here where Copeland's is behind me, that water has definitely risen since we've been here, since maybe 3:30, Katie and Cherise. We started to see the water out here recede, but it looks like, and it appears that the water is beginning to rise again. It's starting to get heavier. You can see the cars coming past. These trucks are obviously higher. We've seen many low cars, many sedans taking it easy. You can see the water, how high it is. But before, when we were out here, Katie and Cherise, as I mentioned, the water receding, the water on the highway was immense. The water in the very far right lane was covered. People were all having to merge. That's why we were mentioning the traffic was so backed up, because that right lane was basically impassable. But now the water has receded, but it appears that the water is starting to get, stuck in this general vicinity. Like I mentioned, Lewis Prima Drive, the car park where Copeland's is, between the Covington and Mandeville area. The rain is continuing to pour down. It doesn't appear that it's stopping anytime soon. There was a little lull, as I mentioned, but again, it is continuing to rain out here. Flash flood warning in place. Now, the EOC did want to make mention that if you are having to travel this evening, please take it easy on the road. If the water is high, do not drive through it. You do not want to get stuck in that water. Please make sure that you have all your alerts set. Keep watching WWL Louisiana for all your updates. Make sure you have your alerts set on your phone so you get those emergency updates if there is flash flood warnings that are going to keep coming through. But again, Katie and Cherise, a flash flood warning here in the Covington-Mandeville area. Reporting live, Eleanor Tabone, WWL Louisiana.
All right, and Eleanor, Chris said, as you just mentioned in his forecast recently, that water keeps coming down, and it's slowing down, right, Chris, if I'm not mistaken? It's just going to add on to what we're seeing right now.
Right, we're going to add to those totals.
Okay, Eleanor, make sure you're careful out there as well. Now, there are more flooding hotspots in the river parishes tonight.
Yeah, one resident in LaPlace is wondering if the drainage pumps there are even working. Amelia Strahan is joining us live now from St. John Parish with a closer look at that. Amelia?
That's right, Katie and Cherise. Well, the rain is still coming down out here, but if I were to walk out into this front yard behind me, that rain would be well above my knees. And we spoke to the homeowner in this house right behind me, and he said that his house was flooded after he got home from work at 1 p.m. Just take a look at this video. He got home at 1, but by the time 2 o'clock came around, he says his entire front yard was flooded. Unfortunately, this is nothing new for Josh and his neighbors. He said that on January 9th, he filed an insurance claim for the last time his house flooded. He says that the stormwater pumps behind his house aren't working, but whenever he called St. John Parish, they said that they are working. We also reached out to St. John Parish to ask about the status of the pumps in this neighborhood, but we haven't heard back from them yet. He said it's frustrating to have to send his wife and 17-month-old daughter up the street just to avoid floodwaters. And if something isn't done soon, he might not stay in St. John Parish for much longer.
It's devastating. So this will be the third time, counting Hurricane Ida, that our house is flooded. And, that nobody can answer questions of what can be done about it. You ask the parish to do something, and they clean the ditches, which is more or less cutting the grass. So the water has nowhere to go.
We spoke with his neighbors as well, and they had a similar story that we're going to share with you at 6 o'clock. In St. John Parish, Amelia Strahan, WWL Louisiana.
And it's got to be frustrating for the people in St. John the Baptist Parish. Amelia, thank you so much. We're going to keep our smartphone apps handy. We want you to do that as well. As the rains continue tonight and the rest of this week, you can also use the app to share pictures and any videos of severe weather like flooding with us. Of course, we want you to be careful when you do that. Just search your phone's app store. You can download a copy for free.
Nearly 250,000 Jefferson Parish residents lost water service because of a break in a single 20-inch pipe.
Yeah, tonight the problem has been patched, but water pressure is still not back to normal for the East Bank of JP. The boil water advisory remains. However, Alyssa Curtis joining us now live. And Alyssa, when is the pressure expected to get back?
Katie, Sharice, we actually just got an update from Councilman Scott Walker. He says much of the East Bank, your pressure should be back on. It's not quite 100% yet, but a lot of it is back. So that is very good news for East Bank residents here in Jefferson Parish. But this process has been fairly tricky because this system is just old. It's an aging system.
Jefferson Highway is no longer flooded, and most of the spewing has ended after a 20-inch pipe broke Tuesday afternoon.
When I left here last night, they were still drilling. There was water covering the street. So it was a big deal that the repair got made last night, and we're able to try to re-energize the system this morning.
Now they're working to repair the street. Plus, they're working to slowly restore full water pressure to residents, which Sydney Basley, the director of Jefferson Parish Water Department, says can be tricky.
We don't want to break more lines out in the field. If we slam the system with too much pressure, we're going to have broken mains everywhere. So our plan is to gradually turn one pump at a time.
In the meantime, some of the 250,000 people affected went out to buy water.
We can't take a bath. She wants to wash her hair, but can't do that. It's just been miserable.
Jefferson Parish President Cynthia Lee Shang says so many people were affected because of where the break happened.
Literally out the door of the treatment plant, so at the very start of our distribution system, and that's why it has affected everybody on the East Bank. It was the worst location for it to break.
But why did it happen? Officials say because it's an old system. They say the pipe that broke was laid 80 years ago. Recent weather conditions don't help.
I think the additional extreme weather we've had and the soil conditions, the drought and the freezing weather probably exacerbated that situation, but generally the pipe just was out of its useful life.
The parish recently implemented a rate increase, in part to replace this aging infrastructure, but it'll take 20 years to fully complete.
We knew this was going to happen. We were proactive about it, but we can't get to it fast enough. Sydney says there's 70 projects throughout the parish being designed now in what we believe is the worst areas.
So we actually ran into Councilmember Scott Walker here, so we asked him to join us. Thank you for joining us. Sure. I appreciate it. We've been talking about this aging system. Tell me a little bit about the plan and how you guys are really targeting the worst of the worst.
Yeah, we're an old parish with old infrastructure, and the can's been kicked down the road for a long time and it's starting to catch up with us. So over the next 20 years, $2.2 billion of infrastructure improvements, replacing the entire water and sewer system in Jefferson Parish. Long overdue. It can't happen overnight, though, and we do have to deal with things like this occasionally. Unfortunately, this was a big pipe in a bad spot that caused a lot of problems, but over time, this is going to get a lot better in Jefferson Parish.
How do you guys know where exactly those pipes are? We know there's 70 projects right now happening that started. How did those 70 get targeted?
The worst of the worst. I mean, they're all old. Some are in worse shape than others. And as they break, instead of putting Band-Aids on them as we have in the past, we can actually replace and upgrade for the future and be able to monitor better going forward which pipes need attention, where leaks are coming from, how much is leaking. It'll be a much better system going forward.
All right, and one last question. You mentioned right before we started that a lot of the pressure is back up.
Almost to 100% across the parish. Not everybody's there yet, but should be there soon. And the boil water advisory does remain in effect. So just because it looks like it's normal again, boil water for at least another 24 hours. We'll keep you posted.
Yeah, well, thank you so much. A very good update. A lot of great progress there. Like he said, we are still under a boil water advisory here in East Bank of Jefferson Parish. Of course, we'll let you know when that is lifted. Reporting live in Jefferson Parish, Alyssa Curtis, WWL Louisiana.
Alyssa, I don't know if Scott Walker's still right there, but have they sent those samples away for testing yet? Are we within that 24-hour period to be able to have this boil water advisory lifted? Has pressure been restored enough at this point?
Yeah. Yes, we were told those samples were taken this afternoon, and that process of getting those samples were taken. They have to sit for 24 hours before they can be analyzed, and then once they're analyzed, they will determine whether or not it is safe to lift that boil water advisory. But yes, those samples have been taken.
All right, so you could reason that we're in this advisory until at least tomorrow afternoon. So that's really good new information. Thank you so much, Alyssa.
Along with schools closing today on the East Bank of Jefferson Parish, so did businesses. Now, the ones that stayed open struggled without water. They brought in bottled water and also boiled water and filled up buckets with the trickle that came out of the faucets that they experienced earlier. Some businesses on Metairie Road said the broken water main is breaking their bottom line.
It's empty. I mean, we just had the Uber and all the DoorDash, but they take 30% already, so it's not like we're making anything. We just kind of want to stay open and just, I know the entire Metairie is out.
So on Wednesday for lunch, the ladies in the neighborhood will be coming by, but with the kids out with no school, I don't know how much of that we'll have.
My husband, he say, maybe we close today, but I want open. And I said, okay, we can fill the water if the customer come in.
Water samples are being tested. We just talked about this a couple of seconds ago, but a boil water advisory does remain in place for the entire East Bank of JP.
The water issues led to major complaints at Armstrong International Airport this morning. With no water pressure, the airport closed all restrooms and water fountains and some of the restaurants as well. And Lily Cummings shows us what thousands of passengers face throughout the day.
Nothing says welcome like no water at the airport.
We were a little surprised. I have never had a scenario where I showed up at the airport and there was no water, and I travel a lot, so this is a whole new one to put on the list of travel experiences. Hopefully not one that I repeat again.
Most passengers were shocked when they arrived.
Mild terror, to say the least. I'm 7 months pregnant, and I go to the bathroom about every 30 minutes. Mabry probably goes to the bathroom every, I don't know, hour or two. Are we gonna hold it?
Yeah. These signs and airport staff were warning folks that restrooms and water fountains were closed.
Our Uber driver told us he woke up to no water, and we didn't get any message on email or on the app for our flights that this was going on here.
The airport's restroom solution added a little bit more travel to folks' itineraries. After arriving and checking bags, travelers were forced to go down 2 flights of escalators, then out the door on the first floor, where if you needed to use the bathroom, they set up porta potties for travelers. There were no options after security. The busted water main that knocked out water to the East Bank of Jefferson Parish also caused some travelers to go home early.
We had a wonderful time till yesterday. We got back to our hotel and there was no water at all.
Armstrong International said flights were not impacted. Lily Cummings, WWL Louisiana.
Not fun. Well, the airport says some restaurants were able to open using bottled water. Most served only pre-packed foods and drinks. The boil water advisory again remains in place for the entire East Bank of Jefferson Parish. We'll pass word on as soon as we confirm that order has been lifted.
All right, taking a look at the wider look at radar just to show you what has been moving through and what is still to come. Now, thankfully, the more intense rains that we saw earlier in the day that led to a lot of the flooding in the river parishes and on the North Shore have started to wind down. The heaviest of the rainfall. The rain, though, continues, and at times light to moderate rain can only exacerbate those issues that are currently happening, and unless we get more breaks, it'll still be an issue through the next couple of hours. And I'm talking more about the North Shore, where we're still watching storms that are offshore. And again, while not incredibly intense in areas that are already saturated with 3+ almost 6 inches of rainfall, it can continue the problem. And that's what we're watching and will continue to watch offshore. A lot of these storms will move over the river parishes and then continue over those areas on the North Shore where we do have that flash flood emergency. Now, on the whole, the North Shore has already seen a substantial amount of rainfall, estimates of over 3+ inches. So most locations have already gotten saturated with the rainfall. It's in certain areas such as Covington to Abita, Madisonville, and Mandeville that have seen even more than that and will continue to see these rains probably for the next couple of hours. So that is where our flash flood emergency is. Do not try and pass in standing water. Saw a truck flying past Eleanor with high water and you just don't know how deep some of it is. And in times on the North Shore, especially with a lot of those creeks and streams, sometimes that can be moving water. Now, as far as the metro area goes, those. We're getting scattered showers, have seen some decent accumulation totals, but nothing like we've had to our north and west. And also notice the rainfall in the metro area, a lot of breaks. Models have actually done a very good job with this system, kind of stalling it just to the west of the city, and most of the issues occurring river parishes, some down the bayou and on the North Shore. And that's exactly what the models were saying even as of early yesterday, and continue to indicate that. This will likely start winding down in the next few hours. After 7 o'clock, we should start to see far more breaks in the rainfall after 8, 9 o'clock. Not all of the rainfall, but most of it done, and certainly the heavier the rain. We will see a drier period overnight and to get the day started tomorrow. Then we're expecting more of a line of storms to roll on through maybe late morning and midday. Now this one will not last all day, maybe kind of a solid line where everybody sees the rainfall, and we won't see the training type rainfall with this event, but within some of the isolated downpours within that line, which could be kind of efficient rainmakers and ground already saturated, flooding will still be an issue for tomorrow. Here's a look at some of the official totals from observing stations. Obviously, between some of these stations, we've had far higher totals. Estimates of 3 to 6 inches of rainfall on the North Shore, at least at our observing stations, almost 2 inches of rainfall at Hammond, over 2.3 inches of Bogalusa. You see kind of the numbers changing here, to over 2 inches, an inch and 3/4 at Slidell. Not a whole lot of rain occurring at Kenner, but yet they were enough to pick up 2 inches of rainfall there. Here in the city, the showers have been more scattered in nature and far lighter. High humidity, it has been warm, and as a lot of folks described this morning, kind of sweaty. Ground and most of our surfaces are still very cold after our freezes just a few days ago. And now when you introduce this warm, humid air from the Gulf of Mexico, everything condenses. All of that air condenses immediately, which is why we've had kind of that sweaty feel to the air. And then now with the rainfall moving in, kind of a wetter couple of days. What is triggering all of this are these upper troughs that are well off to our west. We're going to see one of these that is kind of triggering our rainfall now start lifting away. So we'll have more of those showers tomorrow and then a break as we head into early on Friday. Although more showers on Friday, not nearly as extensive nor as heavy. We'll get a final round of rain early Saturday with this upper trough finally starting to move, and then we will be clearing out for Saturday night, going into Sunday, and a much drier stretch of weather heading into next week. I know the flooding is not something that we want to contend with, especially if it starts moving into homes and businesses, but this is certainly helping out our drought. Again, we ended the year 2023 very dry, and I feel like nature is trying to catch up in just the first few weeks of 2024. More rain will continue during the overnight, but most of our model guidance is indicating more breaks. This is a different model, and again, a drier night going into early tomorrow morning. Next round of rainfall moves in late morning, midday, and more of a line of storms that will again be moving, but with the ground already saturated, could easily see some standing water. Rainfall totals that will add to the totals that we currently have. In some instances, another inch or 2 inches of rainfall. Not playing too much in the southeast Louisiana as we get into even early Friday morning. The bulk of the heavier rainfall with that next round that comes in on Thursday may be a little bit more off to our west, but the models have been struggling with rainfall totals, and so we'll have to wait and see how that line really does set up. We'll add to those totals from another round of rainfall into Friday, and then by Saturday, again, probably morning, midday, we'll have kind of the final round of rainfall before everyone starts clearing out. We'll keep that higher risk of street flooding around through the rest of this evening and tonight, but then again, after about 8, 9 o'clock, a lot of that rainfall will be winding down. Not as high of a threat for street flooding tomorrow, mainly because we're not going to see the training of rainfall, but certainly with very saturated ground, the line of storms that we are expecting to move on through could be heavy at times, but not the street flooding type concerns, or not as widespread of a street flooding concern as we saw today. Friday will also bring in some rounds of heavy rainfall, and again, with the ground now saturated, that risk is on the higher side. Not going to be a threat on Saturday. Risk of severe weather. Didn't really see anything, thankfully. Occasionally some gusty winds, low end threat through the rest of this evening and tonight, and we'll see another low end threat for severe storms tomorrow. At the moment, nothing expected to be severe for the Friday rain or the Saturday morning rains either. So the severe threat is kind of secondary to the flooding threat. Most of our rainfall in the next few hours showers will be winding down. Still some patchy showers or isolated showers, but patchy fog will then be the concern if you're out on the roadways and saturated ground. And because of the rainfall that we've already seen, it may take some time, maybe going into the later night hours, to see all of that water recede. And that's been another issue. Now we're getting into the evening hours. And then with the additional rainfall that we've already seen on some of those roadways, may be difficult to traverse a lot of the North Shore roads. Temperatures into the 60s. Tomorrow, again, a line of storms at times, some heavy and a few downpours are possible, around 73 degrees. We'll have that second, third round of rainfall Friday, another one Saturday morning, midday, but it does look like for our parade Saturday night, no issue. Still kind of a question mark on our Friday evening parades. Then temperatures coming down, and we'll stay cool and dry, but no freezes heading into Sunday and next week.
All right, thank you, Chris. Today, a key witness, one of the victims actually, took the stand in the retrial of Cardell Hayes. He's the man accused in the shooting death of St. Star Will Smith.
Smith's widow, Raquel, testified about the final hours with the love of her life and being shot and injured the night her husband was killed. Paul Murphy is following this case for us in the courtroom, joining us now with an update. Paul.
Sharice, Katie, Raquel Smith's testimony was both raw and emotional. She took the jury through what was happening before, during, and after shots were fired. Raquel Smith said Cardell Hayes shot her and her husband as they were walking away in April 2016. She took the stand on day 3 of the trial of the man accused of killing her husband, St. Star Will Smith, and leaving her seriously injured. Prosecutors allege Hayes shot Will Smith in the back and his wife in the legs after rear-ending his SUV in the Lower Garden District. Raquel Smith testified the shooting left her with physical and emotional scars. I didn't want to move. I was defeated mentally, physically. My husband was gone. My kids were crying every day. Raquel Smith also talked about the last day with her husband. She said her and Will had a good time at the French Quarter Festival, listening to Zydeco music and enjoying the city and the moment. She teared up as she told the jury, "He gave me my last kiss and said, 'I love you, my country girl.' He was very happy." Raquel Smith testified that neither her husband nor a second man in their party had guns in their hands before the shooting. She also said she went to where Will and Hayes were arguing like high school kids after the crash and tried to calm the confrontation. "I told my husband, we have 3 kids. This isn't worth it." We locked eyes and he said, "I got it." We walked away. It was done. It was over. We absolutely turned our backs and we walked away. And that's when she says shots rang out and both her and her husband were hit. Defense attorneys have claimed Hayes was not the aggressor, but fired in self-defense, fearing the angry NFL star was fetching a gun from his SUV. Smith told defense attorney Sarah Shavinsky during a tough cross-examination, "It was not necessary for this man to murder my husband and shoot me. My husband died because of Hayes' anger." And Raquel Smith concluded her testimony. Then Will Smith's former teammate Pierre Thomas took the stand. He's still on the stand at this hour. We're live outside Orleans Parish Criminal Court. Paul Murphy, WWL, Louisiana.
All right, thank you so much for that, Paul. We have a breaking news update on the stormy conditions that are happening all over the metro area right now. We want to get back out to one of the trouble spots, Highway 190 through Covington and Mandeville, seeing some pretty high water tonight.
Eleanor Tabone, she's been out there for us live, joining us with an update. Eleanor, has that water receded or is it still kind of rising?
Katie and Sharice, it's just incredible. We touched base with you earlier in the show and we showed you how much water was out here. You can see just miraculously in the last 20-25 minutes how much water has in fact receded. When we came out here, you couldn't see any of this grass out here. I couldn't see the road. But now you can clearly see it. We're seeing cars travel past through here much more easily than it was 30 minutes ago. We're also seeing the highway now clear of water. Now it's just this water in this section of Lewis Prima Drive opposite Copeland's just sitting here. It's slowly receding. But as I mentioned earlier, this entire area was filled with water. We saw one car get stuck. We also spoke to a driver who said he's just trying to get home and he's never seen this much water in this Covington, Mandeville area. Take a listen.
Just a lot of rain and a lot of heavy traffic that we don't normally have too often over here, and the flooding in this area I've never seen before.
What's your concern?
Just hoping I can make it back to my subdivision and get home safely tonight.
When was the last time you saw heavy rain like this out this way?
Not in the past couple of years, at least. I've been over here for almost 3 years now, and I haven't seen it before.
Katie and Charisse, I am by US 90 between Covington and Mandeville, and as I mentioned earlier in the evening, there was so much water out here on the roadway, but it is beginning to recede. As I mentioned, this grass was not even visible when we were out here, and we couldn't even see the ground here before, but the water is receding. The rain has definitely eased up compared to what it was when we touched base with you earlier. But again, if you are traveling home tonight during these conditions, please drive slowly. Please continue to monitor the roadways. Have your alerts set up on your phone. You can continue to watch WWL Louisiana on the app. Make sure you have the app so you can get those alerts. But reporting live, Eleanor Tabone, WWL Louisiana.
All right, Eleanor, thank you. And of course, she is at one spot in this area that has been declared a flash flood emergency. We do want to go out live to another picture on the North Shore to give us a little more perspective on it. Our photographer has left I-10 and is headed through Mandeville. So this is a live driving shot, a look at the current conditions. Looks like the rain has let up quite a bit.
Yeah, Chris, you were talking about this earlier. You said that only certain spots are really experiencing some flooding, but you said, well, how long is this flash flood emergency going to last?
Well, it's until 6:45, and I don't see any reason why the Weather Service would expire that early, just because of the high waters that we have seen. And while it is receding, as Eleanor said, we may still have a few more downpours that could possibly prolong the event. So not that I think we'll see conditions worsen, but it could keep things on the more dangerous side for the next couple of hours. And one of the things that the Weather Service kind of put into their chat is their reasoning why they issued that advisory. We're starting to see our going to kind of the nighttime hours. There's not a whole lot of streetlights on parts of the North Shore, and now you're reaching the evening commute. So you got a lot more cars onto dark roads and the high water. That's kind of the reasoning for the flash flood emergency there. I don't see conditions worsening. As a matter of fact, we're starting to see some breaks in that area right now.
All right, Chris, thank you. That's our news at 5. Thanks for joining us.
We'll see you back here in a half hour at 6 with the very latest. And CBS Evening News is next.
We fly safe planes. We don't put airplanes in the air that we don't have 100% confidence in.
Boeing's CEO grilled on Capitol Hill after a series of scary incidents.
One of your nose tires just came off. It just rolled off the runway.
I'm here to, number one, recognize the seriousness. Number two, to share everything I can and answer all their questions because they have a lot of them.
The CBS Evening News begins now.